struggling to make them. And no level of chanting is likely to disturb Johnny Cueto, who tonight will present as tough a challenge as the Pirates will face.
It's a T-Mobile Tuesday night baseball game between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds, the first of a very brief homestand, a three-game series between the Buccos and the Redlegs. The Pirates coming off a series win in Miami and a hot summer-like night here in the Burgh. Boy, the Pirates have been playing good baseball, and they have a half-game lead on the Reds, trying to move up in the division. Pirates currently in third place in the Central, the Reds in fourth place in the division. Talk about hot Bob Walk. How about Andrew McCutchen having a typical June for Andrew McCutchen, the National League Player of the Week?
Well, Greg, hot is the key word when you talk about Andrew. In the summertime, when you get into the really warm months, it's just nobody can get this guy out. I mean, he just turns himself into the best hitter in the universe. It is amazing to watch him. He'll hit the ball all over the place, use the entire field, and yeah, he's strong, hits a lot of home runs. This last week has just been absolutely phenomenal watching him go to the plate, especially with those fast guys in front of him.
Barrel Automotive League leader stats there, his Player of the Week numbers, and an 11-game hitting streak he'll carry into tonight's game. He'll have to be good because the Pirates will face their old nemesis, the Reds, and Johnny Cueto. You know, Bob, that wild card game aside, Cueto's still absolutely one of the best in all of baseball.
Oh, he certainly is. Normally he comes in here and pretty much wipes us out, but I think that the team does have some guys that feels like we can get to him. They did in that playoff game when it really counted. You got to make sure you get him in the strike zone. Don't chase him upstairs. Get a good pitch to hit. Now, that's easier said than done, but that's one of the things we'll be looking for tonight.
185 earned run average, second lowest in the National League for Johnny Cueto. Well, the Pirates have Brandon Compton on the hill, and he's had success against the Reds in his young career. How about a 135 earned run average in 4 games against Cincy? Compton versus Cueto, Pirates-Reds, coming up next.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Now's the time to go places with Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com for special offers. And by PNC Bank. Know where you stand with PNC Total Insight. Let's go Bucks!
Here at PNC Park, urging you to vote for Andrew McCutchen and Neil Walker for the 2014 All-Star Game. And Gregory Polanco should see his fair share of All-Star appearances in the coming years. He's just getting his big league career underway. Honda starting lineup. Brian Price is the skipper of the Reds. Billy Hamilton will lead off. Todd Frazier, 8 hits and 24 at-bats with a pair of homers this season against Pirates pitching. Joey Votto hits third. Then Brandon Phillips, the cleanup man, with Jay Bruce in right. Ryan Ludwig is in left. Ryan Pena, the catcher. Zach Cozart is at short. Johnny Cueto is on the mound.
Brandon Compton has done well against these Cincinnati Reds. Hopefully he can outpitch one of the best in the league. And this one tonight, he's going to have to be at his best. You would think that 1 or 2 runs at most he'll give up. And let's hope that Brandon can continue a trend of late. Starting pitchers going beyond that 5-6 inning start, getting out there into the 7th and 8th.
Check out the defense behind Brandon Compton. The big three in the outfield. Center fielder Andrew McCutchen. He's flanked by Starling Marte and Gregory Polanco. Jordy Mercer, Pedro Alvarez on the left side of the infield. Josh Harrison, Ike Davis on the right side. And Russell Martin behind the plate for the rookie Brandon Compton. Andrew McCutchen, the National League's Player of the Week, and a good down payment on another Player of the Month award. Gregory Polanco, who's made his big league debut a week ago today, has hit safely in 6 straight games. Off to a tremendous start at that top of the order, including Marte hitting second. You just can't wait to see them come up to the plate in the bottom of the first inning. Neil Walker, about a week away from coming off the DL, had that emergency appendectomy that really forced the promotion of Polanco, and it'll be fun to get him back in the lineup, Bob, maybe in about a week or so.
Yeah, he was really one of the bigger bats that we've had all year long, and making a strong run for an All-Star Game appearance.
He's second now in All-Star voting, so your votes have helped. Pirates.com/vote. Ready to go? Here's the speedster, Billy Hamilton, who also has hit 4 home runs, surprisingly. Obviously trying to keep him off the bases. On a strike.
Yeah, it's one of the smaller advantages that a guy like Hamilton has, that speed. You get a lot of fastballs to hit.
Look at this. Chopper over third, and he's going to be at second base easily with a double.
Didn't look like a double off the bat, did it? I was about to say, you don't want to walk a guy like that, so he sees a lot of fastball strikes, and he can, kind of pick a spot and charge after one and try and drive a ball. Didn't drive this one very far, straight down into the dirt, but hit it hard enough, took that big bounce.
Alvarez obviously has to guard against the bunt. He weigh in. And an easy 2-base hit. And the Reds are off and running. 9 doubles for Hamilton.
Make sure you keep an eye on him out at second, or he'll be at third.
Now Frazier tries to drop a bunt down instead, pops it up, and a big out. Frazier tied for third in the league in homers with 15. Tries to surprise them with the bunt.
I think he was looking at it as well. If I get thrown out, we'll have Hamilton over at third base. You never think about, well, what if I pop it up though? It's a waste of an at bat. Don't move anybody up.
Paying attention to Hamilton. Joey Votto came off the DL last Tuesday. Placed on the DL in May 21st with a left knee strain. And again, a look.
You try that inside move to influence a runner to make a break, trying to make it look like you're going to go home.
Strike.
Hoping that that runner will see that your knee as it comes up, think, okay, I'm gone, and then you just swing it right around toward him, and then he's going to say, oh no, and then throw on the brakes and try to scramble back. Imagine the Hamilton's a handful in a rundown.
One ball and one strike. Hamilton, the chopper, over the head of the third baseman Alvarez for the double. And Frazier pops up a bunt. Now Joey Votto, 16 RBIs. And the stolen base percentage there for Billy Hamilton, second in the league behind the Dodgers' D. Gordon. One year ago, 33 runs batted in. A year ago today. But again, out for a little bit of time with that knee problem. There goes the runner for third. And a bullet. No, a safe call at third. The umpire over there, Jerry Lane, says he got his hand in.
Well, anytime it's close like this, you know, in baseball now, that's not the final word. But back in the clubhouses, whichever team got the short end of the stick, then you know, they'll be looking at it.
Oh, you know, the question too is Hamilton okay? He looks like he really jammed that left hand, and when he came up, he looked like he was talking to.
Saw the umpire point at the base. He put his finger almost right down at the base, and I think that's what he was telling Pedro. You tagged the bag. Instead of putting the glove in front of the base, he put the glove on top of the base. I think that's what he's going to say. He tagged. Watch how he tags the top of the bag. See how his glove's laying on the bag? Because when the umpire made his call, he pointed right down at the bag, touched the bag, and I guarantee you that's why he called him safe.
No challenge. And a liner to right, and the Reds take a 1-0 lead. Base hit for Votto.
I'm always talking about starters. You know, you can bend but don't break. Stay away from the big inning. When you're facing Cueto, you have to be careful how far you bend.
Adam Hammery is the home plate umpire. Mike DeMuro at first, Mike Estabrook at second, and the crew chief Jerry Lane at third. Now Brandon Phillips. .277 average. 5 home runs, 29 runs batted in. He has hit safely in 10 of his last 13 games. A line drive right to Jordy Mercer, a bullet. 2 outs.
Not sure he could have hit that one any harder. Jordy even kind of leaning back as he caught that ball.
And now Jay Bruce. Bruce hitting .215. 5 homers and 21 runs batted in. He spent a couple of weeks on the DL. Had arthroscopic surgery on his left knee. Shift is on. 3 infielders on the right side against a left-handed pull hitter.
That low batting average just have him concerned.
A little bit better the last couple of weeks, but still. And a block there by Nelson Martin keeps Votto at first. Votto picking up RBI number 17. Billy Hamilton, that speed at the top of the order. Grounded. And Harrison retires Bruce. Reds get one. After a half, Pirates come to bat. For Johnny Cueto, and the Pirates will go to work offensively. Gregory Polanco will be leading off against Johnny Cueto. Those great numbers.
Johnny Cueto is absolutely one of the top. You look at the numbers, look at the strikeouts, more than innings pitched, low ERA. And opponent batting average just 160. It's like everybody in the league is a pitcher when they face Mr. Cueto.
I think too the fact that 10 of his 21 earned runs have come in 2 starts. A loss May 20th in Washington, gave up 6 runs in 5 1/3, and an 8-0 loss to the Phillies 11 days ago. Strike is called. They try the Cueto chant early, folks that are on hand, but didn't seem to work at all against Cueto here.
Didn't work early in the year.
April the 22nd. And he pitched a 3-hitter, gave up 1 run in beating the Pirates on the 22nd of April. It came 6 days after he had shut out the Bucks in Cincinnati. Towards center field, and the catch made by Hamilton.
You can tell the shadow behind Hamilton that is a tough sun right now, setting in the west.
No glasses.
And that ball is hit low like that. He's asking for some right now.
No sunglasses. How about that?
He's asking for some now.
See if somebody in the bullpen has them. Nope.
Yeah.
Starling Marte.
Did the cloud just, was it overcast when the inning started, or what happened?
I don't get it.
No, I get it. I know exactly what happened. It's the modern game of baseball.
Ball and a strike on Marte. Marte much better lately. 7-game hitting streak. Batting average of .261. During this streak, hitting at a .469 clip, but he's in the hole against Cueto 1 and 2. Marte 0 for 11 in his career against Cueto. Cueto's career numbers here, aside from that wild card game, outstanding. 9 and 2 at PNC Park, 1.81 ERA. Marte checks and takes, 2 and 2. Years old, from San Pedro de Macorís in the Dominican Republic. Rolling it to the shortstop, Cozart. 2 outs. And the lineup for the Pirates is brought to you by Toyota. We saw Polanco and Marte, and now Andrew McCutchen, the National League Player of the Week, will be followed by Ike Davis and Russell Martin. Pedro Alvarez hits 6th. It's Josh Harrison, Jordy Mercer, and Brandon Compton. An 11-game hitting streak for McCutchen. Currently batting .325. That's tied for 4th in the league.
Tony Pena action in that first pitch. There again. Knee on the ground, leg out to the side. Quite as low as Tony would get.
Brian Pena catching Cueto again. He's caught them all but 2 early starts this season. He's essentially become Cueto's personal catcher. Cueto wanting to work quickly as McCutchen had stepped out. He had his right hand on his right hip. He's waiting for McCutchen to get back in there. He has been on a roll, Johnny Cueto. Slicing toward the corner. And out of play. McCutchen during this 11-game hitting streak has hit 6 homers, driven in 16. Batting .444 during this 11-game hitting streak. But Cueto gets him and retires the side in order. 1 down, 1-0 Reds.
Twitter using the hashtag Bucks Tuesday. Is this the best outfield you had behind you in your career, playing left, center, and right?
Oh, I can't complain because if you've been watching the games in the last couple of stars at home, they've been making a great catch right behind me. Andrew and Jay Hurd too, and Martin making one last time pitching against the Cubs. So, I'm excited to have those guys right behind me.
So yeah, it's kind of a little bit comforting, Greg and Bob, wouldn't you say, having those three behind you in the outfield? Pretty safe to say that's going to be a guaranteed yes in due time for Edson Volquez. And here's a tweet that came into us from MD Fitness 1975. Hey, Robbie, my question is, with Polanco, Marte, Kutch at the top of the order, how is Run PMC not trending worldwide? What do you think of that, Twitterverse? How do you like that, Greg and Bob, for a nickname? Run PMC, Polanco, Marte, Kutch. I like it.
Not bad. Not bad. Getting the nickname started early. But boy, you love that defense behind you, Bob, don't you, in the outfield? You had a Gold Glover in center and left, didn't you, for a while?
Yeah, you got to have fast guys out there run down your mistakes. Things don't go well when you have plotters in the outfield.
There's a liner to center, a broken bat, base hit for Ludwig to start the second. Ryan Ludwig. You can be a part of the broadcast. Hashtag Bucks Booth and tweet your questions and thoughts and your nicknames along.
One of the things that's going through Brandon's mind right now, I'm sure, is that, okay, I'm already put myself, one run down. So got to kind of strategy-wise maybe pitch from here on out like it's more like the 5th or 6th inning than you normally would, with Cueto on the mound, thinking I'm probably not going to get a lot of runs. And what that means, really, when you come right down to it, is you don't have the luxury of throwing good strikes. Say when you get behind an account, you still have to try and hit edges, no matter what. You have to be on top of your game, command-wise, right from the very beginning of this game. You don't have that usual starter luxury of kind of getting into the game a little bit, maybe having to fight through something first couple innings and then start getting some rhythm and get locked in. It's more like coming out of the bullpen when you have to be sharp immediately.
Missed into the switch hitting catcher Brian Pena. Batting average of .262 with 3 home runs and 4 for 8 against Pirates pitching in the 7 games played so far in the season series. The Reds have won 5 of 7 against Pittsburgh. Now Compton falls behind 3-1. Might have broken his bat. Nice catch, Jay Hay, double play. Timed his leap, turns it into 2.
Ludwig just assumed that ball was going to be high enough. Guessed wrong.
Josh Harrison playing second base for Neil Walker.
They always tell you got to freeze on a line drive. It's one of those little humpback broken bat type deals. You got a little longer to think, and I think Ludwig, when it came off the bat, it wasn't like he thought, oh, I'm just going to run like wildly, but he thought that was going to be high enough. It just wasn't.
So now Compton has a chance to get Cozart and then lead off next inning with Cueto. Cozart, .227 hitter this season. And just 2 hits and 24 at bats against the Pirates. .083 average this season against Bucco pitching. Check swing. Mike DeMuro confirms what Adam Hammery had initially called. 1-2 on Kozar.
Good velocity that time from Compton. 94. Put it in a pretty good spot. Saw the high target. Russell Martin.
Still 1-2 as he fouls this pitch off. Ludwig led off on the broken bat single and is retired on the broken bat line out to second. A double play.
They've been around a long time. He knows that there's really no excuse for getting doubled off on that ball. Had plenty of time because it was slowly hit to get back. Sometimes if it's just really a bullet over there on that side, it's that close to first, and you don't really have a chance. That wasn't the case on that one. So he's pacing as he's drinking his water, kicking himself a little bit.
And toward left center field, well hit, but Marte is there. We get to the bottom of the second inning. The Reds lead the Pirates 1-0. Neil Walker started taking some ground balls. Our Allegheny Health Network injury update. He had the emergency appendectomy a week ago yesterday. Was placed on the disabled list, but starting to take batting practice and feeling good and getting antsy and bothering Clint Hurdle to the point where Hurdle says, you know, he's getting better. And so wouldn't be surprising to see him come off that DL in 15 days sometime early next week, and maybe we would see him in one of the games against Tampa Bay next week. A road trip that starts Friday in Chicago, a 3-game series against the Cubs, and then interleague play down in St. Petersburg, Florida against the Rays starting next Monday for 3. Mike Davis takes strike 1, and now it's 0-2. This season, Pirates hitters are 6 for 63 against Johnny Cueto. That's an .095 average with 17 strikeouts in 3 starts. That's unbelievable. One ball, 2 strikes. Tim Hudson currently leads the National League in ERA, 181, and then Cueto. Still 1-2 on Davis. Opponents hitting just 160 against him.
I don't even think a chant is going to help when the guys get those.
That actually might hurt. Back off on the chant. Ground ball sharply hit. Dropped initially by Phillips. Has time and still gets Ike Davis. Brandon Phillips scrambling. He has not committed an error in 61 straight games. Has just one error on the year. Despite dropping the ball and having to search for it, still time to get Ike Davis.
There was no real panic. Once he picked it up, then he kind of slowed things down, and knew that all he had to do was just make an accurate throw, and he was still going to be okay. Play on the right side of the infield. You can make plays like that. If you're a shortstop or a third baseman, most of the time you're going to get an E on that one.
Martin. Shows bunt, and all of a sudden the pitch goes sailing over the head of the catcher, Pena. Of course, it was Russell Martin who was at the plate, you'll recall, in that wild card game where the Cueto chants began. And shortly thereafter, he hit the home run that really lit up PNC Park.
Hear a few of the chants over the crowd mic right now.
Two balls, two strikes. Russell Martin, those are regular season numbers.
You got the big one when it really counted, though.
Outside 3-2. Popped it up, out of play. So those chants began in the second inning. October 1st. Out of nowhere they started. And shortly thereafter he drops the ball. And the chants grew louder still. He smiled, Russell Martin chuckled, and then Martin homered. Martin would hit 2 home runs that night. Later off of Logan Ondrusek. Checks and takes. An appeal? No. He draws the 1-out walk. Pirates and Port Authority announce a ticket discount to all fans with Connect cards. Get up to $10 off outfield box, lower outfield box, outfield reserve, or grandstand seats. Show your Connect card at the PNC Park ticket windows or visit pirates.com/Connect card.
It was a good bat. Obviously, it was a base on ball, but there was a lot of pitches that were just off the strike zone a little ways. Russell was able to hold off of. And that's a great deal of the success that Cueto has. Guys are always trying to hit his pitches in spots that he wants to throw the ball. It's like he's always ahead in the count, always got the hitters on the defense.
He's such a competitor. Popped him up. And Phillips is going to make the catch. Pedro Alvarez retired. 2 outs in the inning.
I think Phillips turned around saying, did you guys take that play off? Where were you? You went quite a way out to the outfield. Either outfielder probably could have called him off. Big smile on his face. He's one of those guys that when you're on the other team, you don't really care for it too much, but his teammates absolutely love him to death. little on the flashy side sometimes for the opposition.
Makes some spectacular plays. Highlight film plays. See him about every night on the highlight shows. Harrison toward the right center field gap. Hamilton a lot of speed, and he's not going to get there. Russell Martin will be waved home. Josh Harrison has done it again. Ties the game at 1 with a double to the right center gap.
The hitting machine just keeps on. He is trying to make it so difficult for the decision of how can he not be an everyday player?
It's really unbelievable. He's not quitting. With 2 outs, Martin waved home and scores easily. Josh Harrison has driven in 17 now. There's a swinging bunt, and that's going to be a bunt single for Jordy Mercer.
Josh has driven in 17
in about a month and a half.
He hit leadoff and all that time.
Yeah, and you think about Russell Martin, nothing against these guys. Martin 18 RBIs, Davis 22 RBIs, Marte 24, and Harrison in a short amount of playing time has driven in 17. Boy. You can write him in, by the way, into that All-Star game. Bob did that today.
Yeah, we've talked about that quite a few times over the last couple of weeks. Put J-Hay's name in there.
Brandon Compton, 1 hit and 8 at bats. One for 17 in his career. 1-1 on Pirates pitcher. Russell Martin drew the walk, and then with 2 outs, Josh Harrison short hops the wall in right center. Strike 2. Cincinnati kid doubles in a tying run here in the second. Compton is a piece of it. It stays 1-2 on the Pirates pitcher. Normally you talk about trying to get a pitcher's pitch count up, and for the most part that can come into play, but Cueto a couple times this year, 119, 116 pitches, 117, so it would take some doing to get him out early because of a pitch count. This will be the 22nd of the inning, and the runner goes from first, and it's lined foul. Compton at least spoils a pitch or two, and Mercer took off. They pay no attention to Mercer, and Compton takes a ball. A stolen base for Mercer, his first.
Well, they don't want to get out of position with a man at third base in case the ball is hit on the ground by Compton, so they decided just to stay home and allow Mercer to cruise on into scoring position. See if Compton can make him regret that. The fans are starting to get into it a little bit.
And now that the Pirates have tied it and starting to hit a little bit. And Brandon Compton hits this one above the club level. It's not easy to hit that ball up there in that deck. Still 2-2. Making Cueto work this inning. Vance Worley, his Pirates debut, a good one. 7 shutout innings down in Miami on Sunday. Another foul ball.
A very defensive swing. Right now he's got a couple of guys out there in scoring position. He's trying to avoid the strikeout. Just get something put in play. You never know. You might hit a blooper, find a hole with a ground ball, something. And that last swing, it wasn't really much, but it was a little slider off the plate a little bit, and he's just trying to poke at it. Avoid the strikeout, shorten up the swing, just be quick. Don't try to be real long with it. Try to drive the ball.
9th pitch of the at-bat, he'll bounce out.
Go to bat.
But yeah, the crowd will appreciate it, and they love their Josh Harrison. Jay Hay ties it at 1.
We're mourning the loss of Tony Gwynn, who passed away at the age of 54 yesterday. Gwynn put together a stellar career, and a moment of silence was held here at PNC Park before the ball game, before the national anthem, honoring the life and career of one of the greatest individuals on and off the field. And we have a neat flashback. One of our greatest memories of Tony Gwynn on the field is here. Moise Alou doubling off Jason Beret in the 10th inning, and Gwynn will score the game-winning run of the 1994 All-Star Game. Final score 8-7. Look at that. Gwynn just getting in there with the slide, and ecstatic, and a fine moment of Tony Gwynn here in Pittsburgh at the old Three Rivers Stadium. And how about this for Tony Gwynn? He was a career .338 hitter, Greg and Bob, which was really interesting. And he hit 135 home runs in his career, so he wasn't known as a home run hitter. But the last of those homers came right here at PNC Park, August 11, 2001, off lefty Joe Beimel in a 6-2 win. And Bob, I know you faced Gwynn many times as well.
Yeah, he was, obviously a tremendous player, one of the absolute all-time greats. But what you'll hear from a lot of people, today and for a long time, is about what a human being he was. What a great person, great teammate, and that really is what I think is important, is to remember that. Yeah, he could hit a line drive, but he was so much more than just that.
To be such a great player, 8 batting titles, be such a great man. .338 lifetime hitter. And as Robbie said, he faced, by my calculations, there were only 9 other pitchers that faced Gwynn more than you.
Is that right?
Yeah. Dwight Gooden, Tom Browning, Tom Glavine, Orel Hershiser, Greg Maddux, Rick Mailer, Terry Mulholland, Fernando Valenzuela, and Mike Scott. I have you 10th on that list.
I did look that up, and I'm also 10th on the batting average. I think he hit 450 off me.
No, actually, I think I've got.
Oh, you looked that up too?
I did, and not as bad, actually, Bob, from what I see. Less than 400. He hit something like 335 against you, I think it was.
Well, that's about his average.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you just try to control guys like that.
Well, you know, I actually looked at some of the other pitchers in Pirates history that spent much of their career with the Pirates. Mike Bilecki hit 371 against him. Steve Cook 435. John Smiley 205. Smiley did a really nice job against Gwynn. There's a nice job by Compton to retire Cueto. Gwynn hit just 200 against De Leon. 469 against Doug Draven. 435 against Jim Gott. 343 against Neil Heaton.
He was obviously a real tough out. I finally kind of learned, toward the last couple of years that I played, that quit trying to trick him and pitch to him. And I would just maybe last probably 5 games. I just tried throwing fastballs away and let him get his hits. And because when you try to trick a guy like that, especially as disciplined he was.
Russell Martin says, "Get out of the way." I got it, and no, safe. Martin did all he could, but Billy Hamilton gets a bunt single.
And to finish it up real quick, that's when you end up giving the extra base hits and the home runs, because you're throwing slow stuff, and he's going to turn on those and hit him out of the ballpark and hit him off the wall. Really a great play by Martin. Martin is one of the best at that there is. Getting out from behind the plate so fast, and then he does that spin and almost always makes an accurate throw. Very seldom does he throw one away doing that, and that is so difficult to be able to spin like that. You're able to get a lot on the baseball by doing that. You can throw the ball much harder when you do that, but it's tough to find the first baseman and make that accurate throw. But he's got the knack.
He took charge there. A very close play. Baba on that look, it almost appeared as though Compton might have had a better shot at throwing out Hamilton on that bunt.
Well, that may be, but I mean, if Martin's saying, "I got it, get out of the way," you get out of the way.
Sure.
You always let the fielders, take charge.
And you could hear Russell say, "I got it."
There has to be, your chain of command. There has to be something that everybody can go to on pop flies and all that sort of thing, so you don't have everybody running into everybody because they think I got a better chance. So whether you think you have a better chance or not, there's a guy that trumps you, and if he says he's got it, you got to get out of the way regardless.
Compton did that, and looked as though they had Hamilton leaning. Hamilton swiped his 26th base of the season in the first inning. He stole third.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a flinch towards second.
There he goes. Stolen base and into center field.
With one out, that's tough. Got to keep that ball in the infield. Josh got over there and he tried to backhand the ball out of the dirt and bring a tag in. With someone else running, maybe you do that, but with Hamilton, especially with one out, I think you have to be like a first baseman on a bad throw, give up the bag and go get the baseball.
2 steals tonight for Hamilton, 27 on the year.
If you have to reach to your backhand, Hamilton's probably going to be safe anyway. Josh might have learned a little something right there on that play that, hey, on those type of base stealers, just go get the ball. Can't let it get to the outfield.
There's 6 steals this season for Hamilton against the Pirates. They've caught him twice, and the Reds have been running against the Pirates in the season series. 15 times they've stolen a base in 19 tries. Pirates, meanwhile, on the other hand, have stolen just 1 base against the Reds. But Cincinnati, 15 bags they've swiped in 19 attempts. Ryan Price, the rookie skipper of the Cincinnati Reds. Billy Hamilton getting a chance to play every day in the big leagues as the leadoff man. Big time punch out there for Brandon Compton. Second out and his first K.
That is absolutely huge. Come up with that big strikeout. Made Josh feel a little bit better, I'm sure, for not coming up with that ball. Is that Apache?
Strike on Joey Votto. Oh, 0-2.
94. Right by Votto. Didn't want to swing. Couldn't hold up.
Votto, a very tough man to strike out. '10 most valuable player. In the dirt, and Russell Martin.
He put that ball exactly where Russell wanted. He put down 3 and then he tapped the dirt down and in. That's where he wanted that ball to bounce. And of course, with Hamilton there, now the onus is on you to smother it. Make sure it doesn't get anywhere, and he did that. Ball doesn't have to bounce away very far for Hamilton to score. Well, he's following the glove, isn't he? Russell, fastball away, set up a few inches off the plate. Brandon put it right there. Fastball in. Move inside. Wants it up a little bit. Following the glove. That's right where the target was.
Frustrated Votto. The helmet goes flying after it hits the dirt. Brandon Compton strikes out Frazier and Votto with Billy Hamilton at third. Gregory Polanco will be leading off, followed by Marte and McCutchen. auto reaction on our Allegheny Health Network Supermo. You love that as a pitcher, Bob, seeing that?
Well, see, that's what I was debating in my mind whether you bring this up. The things that are acceptable nowadays weren't necessarily so in the past.
Polanco into center field and a base hit off Cueto. He has hit safely in his first 7 big league games. The last Pirate to do that was Roberto Clemente in 1955. Who else?
They tried to go up and in on him. You know, a lot of his base hits have been down around the knees, mid-thigh and down. So an early scouting report, maybe try to go up and in, try to get something by him up there, and he able to get the hit anyway.
Marte trying to push a butt up first base way.
Short answer, I'm not going to get to a long thing. No, that wouldn't be acceptable, say 30 years ago. He would get one in the red. Bob Gibson would absolutely be screaming at him from the dugout right now for throwing his bat after striking out. Basically, what you're doing is you're showing up the pitcher.
I can't believe you struck me out.
How can you? Yeah. How could I strike out against you? That's why that was never done. But things are different.
A quick throw over. Tough to steal off of Cueto. Polanco has not attempted a steal yet. But there it is. It's historic territory. In 1955, Roberto Clemente started his big league career off with hitting safely in 7 straight. It was actually the Reds that ended his initial hitting streak. May 28 that year, 1955. He would go 0 for 4 against the Reds, but hit safely in his first 7. All right, he's here for a Marte Parte. Years ago, Cueto picked off a major league high 10 batters, and in fact did not allow a steal of second or third base in 2012. He's the first right-handed pitcher to throw at least 200 innings in a season and not allow a steal of second or third since 1968. Louis Tion did not allow a steal of second or third, and of course Cueto started that Tion-like twist a couple of years ago. Reaching out and rolling it toward the shortstop. Cross to second, and Polanco going in hard. The force at second. Day automotive this day in baseball history. On this day in 2009, Andrew McCutchen hit his first career home run in his 13th career game. It came off current Bucco Francisco Liriano at the old Metrodome, then the home of the Twins. Here is McCutchen, who struck out his first time up against Cueto. Francisco Liriano hoping that this oblique won't keep him out too long. He actually hopes to start playing catch on Thursday.
I think that's a tough one to predict, the oblique. Just don't know. Once it gets up on the mound and actually tries to put something on the ball, you have that torque of your waist just before release, and that'll be the test to see if it's healed or not.
In the meantime, Pirates have seen pitchers step up. Jeff Locke, Vance Worley, with Cole and Liriano down. Ties up McCutchen, 1-1. We got two Whirly birds now.
No.
You got the Whirly pitcher, and you got the Whirly bird.
No, you have none.
Yeah, we got two. Got the broadcaster, Bob Walk, known as Whirly Bird when he played. Although the one guy that The only guy I've really heard you ever been called Whirly Bird was Harry Callis.
Yes, he's on.
He would always come into the booth, hey, Whirly Bird. But how did you get that nickname?
I might have been Harry. I don't know. But I was a little absent-minded as a rookie. Put it that way.
You?
Yeah. So there was a few things that I would forget and make people chuckle, and I think that's where that came from. I guess the one I've talked about before, and the one that's probably the one that anybody would talk about was in Chicago when I went to the plate with no bat. Of course, I didn't make it all the way to the plate, but after a couple of years, it was like, it had grown to where I had a 2-2 count before I realized I didn't have a bat. Which actually I had a better chance to get on base. Because I wasn't chasing the bad pitches.
That is a fair ball. It will kick off the short fence. Marte will wind up at third. McCutchen at second. A double with one out. And Andrew McCutchen's hitting streak has reached 12 games. And it's another extra base hit.
It gets hot. You just can't get him out. Look at the strike zone there. 4 pitches, none of them really a strike. The one he hit for a double looked like it was kind of close. But that's what he's going to have to do in a lot of ball games. If he wants to not walk every time up, he has to expand the strike zone a little bit, and kind of peek inside. Say, okay, I'm going to set on something maybe off the plate a little in. I'm going to cheat to it, or maybe I'm going to look away.
Now, is that something that the Pirates or he should do? You start expanding, and not accepting the walks, or is he a guy that you need?
I think it depends on the individual type. Some guys can do that. Some guys, I could see him getting into a horrible slump by trying to do something like that. I think it's a decision that he has to make on his own. See how it goes. Can he do it? That right there looked like an example of him doing it. Maybe not. Maybe he just thought he just saw the pitch well. Thought, okay, I can hit that. Even though it was just a smidgen maybe inside.
A situation now where the infield is back.
Remember in Baltimore, Eddie Murray? He was in a similar situation most of his career in Baltimore, where there wasn't a lot of big hitters behind him. And Ray Miller used to say that he could kind of trick pitchers into giving them something to hit. It looked bad on a particular pitch, way out in front on an off-speed pitch. Make the pitcher think,
go ahead and throw that again.
You know what? I think I can get him here. And then he'd be setting a trap.
How about this? Since June the 1st, National League ranks.
All blue ribbons.
Vote Kutch, vote Walker, and right in Harrison. McCutchen also coming to the plate more often this month with men on base.
Which makes
55% of his at-bats this month have come with men on base.
And that's going to make it tougher to pitch around him.
Before that, it was 41%. So, Harrison leading off now, and then Polanco. That's been the real reason. These guys have been getting on a regular basis.
It's not as easy to pitch around somebody when there's somebody sitting down at first base. The decision-making process in your mind out there is like, well, yeah, but if I walk him, now I'm pushing somebody in the scoring position. It makes it a little tougher to say, okay, I'm not going to throw him anything to hit.
Well, on a 3-2 pitch, Ike Davis trots down to first, and now the bases are loaded. Here's a situation that Russell Martin found himself in the other day against the Marlins. Bases loaded, no outs, a chance for the Pirates to win a ball game, and he hit into a 5-2-3 double play.
And the whole at bat, it seemed like he was dead pull, which is not what you want to do when you're trying to stay away from a ground ball.
Well, let's see what his
approach is. He hit a lot of foul balls just wide of the third base bag.
See if his approach doesn't change here. Ball one, the second time in the last couple of games he's had a bases loaded situation.
you want to avoid the ground ball, don't try to pull.
Two and 0 on Russell Martin.
Those two pitches inside, they're trying to force him to pull the ball. They wanted to try and roll over. And here's another thing. When you get ahead to count 2-0, what are you more likely to try and do? Drive the ball and pull.
Ball 3 again in. You know, Martin thought about maybe reaching out a little bit. At elbow.
They were just trying to backdoor a slider in for a strike. Missed with it. Now he is in a mess.
No place to put Martin.
Chant.
Strike. Cueto, by the way, has allowed one extra base hit this season with a man in scoring position.
I like how the chant, the 3-0 bases loaded, really got loud. You chant when there's a high probability of success. That's it. He's in pull mode. Pulls it foul.
Bounced foul.
This is almost a replay, isn't it?
Yep.
Pulling the foul ball, pulling the ball on the ground by the bag. Hit a couple of those in Miami.
Cueto looking to get Russell Martin to bounce into that double play. Pull it toward third, as he did in the 10th inning on Sunday. 5-2-3 double play. And again, bounced foul to the left. But still 3-2. He battles Cueto.
Well, if you're gonna pull it, then go ahead and pull one down into that corner. Watch Ike run.
Check swing, ball 4. Pirates lead it. 97 miles per hour. Bucks lead 2-1. And they're still loaded for Alvarez.
That was a Johnny Cueto pitch for his rookie year. He was able to reach back for a little extra and really get it up there, but didn't matter. It wasn't a strike.
An 8-pitch at bat for Russell Martin, and now Jeff Pico, the pitching coach, trying to give Cueto a bit of a blow. He has thrown now 65 pitches. He has already allowed more hits to the Pirates than he had in either start, April 16th, April 22nd. He's already given up more runs in both of those games combined. Shut out the Pirates on April the 16th, gave up 1 run in a complete game victory April the 22nd. And Alvarez could do a lot of damage here. He popped up in the second. Really struggling against Reds pitching on the year. 4 out of 28. Ball 1. Out of play. .200 career hitter against Cueto, and they're going to get J.J. Hoover up.
Well, this is an opportunity here to really break the game wide open.
Alvarez with 2 career grand slams. 2-1, and Cueto really might be tiring here. Hot night, and he has back-to-back innings, thrown a lot of pitches. 68 total in the game.
That's what can get you. It's those long innings, not necessarily the total throughout the game, but when you have those innings. You've been out there for a long time.
Fly ball to shallow center. McCutchen with great speed, going to test Hamilton's arm. The throw is out at the plate. Billy Hamilton throws out Andrew McCutchen from shallow center field, in a big double play for the Reds. Hamilton trying to do it all. The Pirates have to settle for 1 run. And another look.
Now, I was hoping he missed him with this lunge, but there was no argument from Kutch. Oh, he didn't miss him at all. Definitely got him up on the arm.
McCutchen is thrown out at the plate on the fly ball by Pedro Alvarez. Another look.
The throw really kind of tailed on Hamilton. Just a fine play by Pena to be able to go get the ball and then dive back and just catch Kutch in the arm.
Really solid play by Pena. And to go get that wide throw from Hamilton and come back and get McCutchen. Great look from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Big play from the Reds. Hamilton and Pena.
Oh, the opportunity to do some severe damage was right there. And they come up with essentially what turned out to be a double play.
Now the order of business here, if Brandon Compton can do it, is to retire the Reds quickly. Phillips, Bruce, and Ludwig. Phillips lined out to Jordy Mercer his first time up. Sent along a happy birthday wish to George Weidel, 68 today, from Mount Lebanon.
Happy birthday, George.
Yeah, and the Weidel family. Oh, and 2. What a job by Compton to get out of that jam last inning, striking out Frazier and Votto with Hamilton at third.
Well, he showed a nice combination so far tonight. Good stuff, throwing the ball up 94 miles an hour at times, and being able to have the control to follow that glove of Russell Martin up, down, in, out.
Now Phillips hasn't struck out in 41 straight plate appearances. And he's going to start the inning with a base hit to right. on a 1-2 pitch.
Slider off the plate, just went with it. Poke shot.
Have some fun in the sun with your Buccos and a summer 6-pack. Choose 6 Pirates games throughout the summer and guarantee your seats for sold-out games. Packages start as low as $96 each. To get your summer 6-pack, go to pirates.com/summer. Bruce lines one to right center field. In a lot of trouble. Up against the wall. The hold Phillips. And now Bruce takes the wide turn at second, unaware that Phillips had not headed toward the plate. Doesn't matter, nobody there at second base, so it's trouble for Brandon Compton and the Pirates right away here in the 4th.
With nobody out, they were very conservative with trying to score Phillips. I mean, right away, though, you could tell that nobody was going to catch this ball. Both the outfielders just turned their back to the infield.
Sees Steve Smith at the stop sign. Well, the infield back. Phillips appears to have tweaked something. Ludwig single to center field his first time up. 6 hits for the Reds.
A little change in momentum. The last, say, what, 6-7 minutes. Now it's the Reds that look like they're in a position to put up a crooked number. Seems like how all these Central Division games are like this, just going back and forth, whether it's the Brewers, and Cardinals, or the Reds. It's a tough battle every night.
And a base hit ties the game. Ryan Ludwig is 2 for 2. Still no one out. Bruce at third. Ludwig picks up his 21st RBI.
Both his base hits, not exactly bullets, but this one I don't think the bat broke like the other one. Just muscling it out there. Just enough to get it over Jay Hayes' head.
Brian Pena lined into a double play. Ludwig at first and bounces this ball toward third, and nobody at second yet, so they'll just get the 1.
Had a shift on. Not a total shift, but you have Jay Hay playing way over in the hole.
Reds regain the lead right away. 3-2 Cincy.
There you can see exactly where everybody was. Mercer over on that side. I don't think that Pedro had a play at the plate anyway, with running towards second base. I think he was, the only thing he could do was get the force at second.
Alvarez, by the way, was charged with an error today because of a play that was not made the other day. A chopper toward third. Tony Watson was on the mound against the Marlins. And Alvarez did not make a play on a slowly hit ball by Jeff Baker. Initially was ruled a hit. They changed that to an error, so another miscue for Alvarez. 16 now in the year. 2 earned runs taken off of Watson's line. 2-2 on Cozart. Bounce to, Alvarez not able to make the play, so it's a base hit to left for Cozart. First and second.
Cueto, who was on the ropes, has now got the lead, and he's in position to drop down a bunt and move a couple more runners into scoring position. Just a 3-hopper in the hole. It's the 5-6 hole.
The 5-5 is what Tony Gwynn used to call it, right?
5-6 hole?
5-5 between third and short. Cueto takes ball 1.
Alvarez going through some signs and telling the infield if there's going to be a play on or not, a defensive play. The first time everybody just played the basic bunt defense. Josh going to first base. Ike coming in hard. Jordy staying at second. And that's the way they do it again.
Earlier this season, Cueto had a couple of adventurous at-bats in bunting situations. One time he tried to bunt the ball while out of the batter's box and was called out. Home plate umpire said yes, he did.
Always tougher to get the ball down when your eyes are closed. What do you think, Rick?
Yes. Two and two.
You have his eyes closed again, you think?
Let's see. I don't think any help that work.
Yep. That's 2 in a row. He's closed his eyes. That's trying to use the force.
We can't argue the home plate umpire there.
It's like Star Wars. He's using the force. Luke. Maybe that's what they're chanting. Luke.
Strike 3.
Now Cueto is actually mad he didn't get the ball down. He must be mad at his eyelids for closing every time the pitch was coming in. That must be. Break that bat over your knee. Come on.
Oh.
No, I guess not.
I'm going to try. No.
His eyes were open on that one.
Now Billy Hamilton, who's had already a very good night, trying to single-handedly take down the Pirates. Hit the chopper over Alvarez's head to start the game for a double. Stole third. Scored on a base hit by Votto. Bunt single. Stolen base last time up and threw out McCutchen. Trying to score on the fly ball to shallow center by Alvarez. And now it's 2 balls and no strikes. Pirates have bullpen action now. Jeanmar Gomez. Four-pitch walk. The first walk for Compton as Hamilton reaches for the 3rd straight time. And now they're loaded for Todd Frazier, and here comes Ray Searage. Incredible shift of momentum.
It's just amazing that the base is loaded. Just a big hit for just breaking this game wide open. Well, there's that, there's an old baseball cliche, Greg, that I was watching a dog. I forgot what it was now. Oh yeah, about how a defensive play can change momentum and get the offense going, and that is kind of what has happened here. You had the Hamilton throw the play. Really, the great play I think was made by Payne. You mentioned that, but leaving the plate, diving back, making that tag, and that got them all fired up. Now they've retaken the lead, and an opportunity, even with 2 outs, to put another couple runs on the board.
Compton really has to bear down now.
That was a great looking dog.
It really was. It's a pup night, I guess, huh?
Yep, there we go. I love the hat.
Yeah. A little tired.
Just chilling.
In the air toward right, Polanco. They'll put it away. The Reds get the lead back. They score twice.
All on Root Sports is brought to you by Barrel Automotive. We're driven to be better. And by Levin Furniture, proudly featuring solid wood American-made Amish furniture. For furniture that lasts, shop Levin. Let's go Bucks!
Now the Pirates go back to work. Heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. Ban the doghouse.
That's right. Nobody should be in a doghouse ever. It's also banned the DH, Greg. It's just playing doggy words.
Ban the doghouse?
Yeah. You shouldn't have a doghouse.
Oh, come on. Doghouses are great. The dogs love doghouses. You don't have a doghouse for your new puppy?
It's called a kennel, Greg. A little kennel.
You keep your dog in a kennel?
Yes. With a little box.
A little box? You keep your dog in a little box?
He sleeps at night.
Jeez.
Don't keep him in a doghouse. One of those little boxes.
You're in trouble. You're in trouble now.
It's got the little zipper.
Don't try and get out of it. You can't keep your dog in a little box.
Yeah, you can. It's a boxer.
More trouble. See if the Pirates can get Cueto into trouble. Well, 1-2 on Harrison, who had the double to right center field in the 2nd.
I think in September, Sammy will be old enough to come to a game, we're going to be out there for a pup night.
Actually, we're going to ask Mark Gardner if you could take that night off. In the air to right center field. Over is Hamilton, nearing the wall, and he's there to make the catch. Again, Harrison driving it to the right center gap. Want to see how you root for your Buccos? Submit a picture via Twitter. Use the hashtag BucsFanPhoto, and we'll show them during our broadcast. Hashtag BucsFanPhoto. Maybe you've got a puppy at home that where's the
so hot
Jolly Roger? It is hot. You got a little pool out there?
Gotta have a pool. Pool for the pups. We should do a broadcast on a pup night from the deck. And we could be involved in all that.
You know what? As a matter of fact, I'm glad you said that. There is word out that during that pup night you talked about that you are actually going to do the game from there with your puppy.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun. I hope that comes about.
Bouncing ball and off the glove of Frazier. It's a fair ball, so Mercer reaches. Now Compton looks toward the dugout. He will be trying to punt Mercer into scoring position.
Right in the middle of the glove. How'd that one come out?
Well, the Reds have been outstanding defensively this year. The fewest errors in the National League.
Frazier's having a tough game so far.
Reds have committed 27 errors, 10 fewer than the next club. Cardinals and Phillies with 37 miscues. Pirates actually have the most in the league with 53.
Bravato's one of those first basemen, very aggressive coming down on bunts even when he has to hold somebody on. If you're a base runner, you have to take advantage of that.
And Cueto thought about second and now has to settle for first, and he just does get Compton.
On the base and then
have that removed.
Yeah, it's toe pick. He's fine. No problem.
Gregory Polanco singled his last time up.
Tie the game.
Polanco has hit safely in 7 straight games. 2-0. Fly to center his first time up, and a base hit to center field in the third. Nothing on Polanco.
Eighty pitches now.
First 6 games of his Pirates career. A dozen hits, matching him with 2 other Pirates for the most since 1914 through the first 6 games. And on a 3-0 pitch, he got the green light, and he pops out to end the inning. Head to the 5th. 3-2 Reds.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. 5 Hour Energy helps recognize those who, despite their own needs, put others first. By the Chevy Malibu and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
Brandon Compton back out there as he faces Joey Votto here in the 5th. 3-2. Reds lead the ball game. And a strike. Votto singled in a run in the 1st, struck out to end the 3rd. He'll be followed by Phillips and Bruce. And Compton has had to work from the stretch each first 4 innings, keeping it together. 0-2 the count on Joey Votto. 1-2. Compton went 5 innings his last time out against the Cubs. 2 runs, 5 hits, went 5 1/3. They start against the Brewers. And he strikes out Votto again. This time looking.
Votto shaking his head a little bit, not thinking it's a strike, but looked to me like it just cut the corner. Yep, down there. You can see it. Swung at it anyway. See that?
At least he didn't fire his helmet down or his bat. Brandon Phillips has lined out to short, singled and scored. Reds about hit the Pirates 8-5, lead by a run. Strike. Toward right, Polanco running over and makes a sliding attempt and goes hard into the short fence.
Everybody holds their breath. Well, this is why you go into that slide when you're next to the fence, so that you can use your legs as a shock absorber to absorb that blow. Wow, thank goodness for padding. Knocked his glove off. He hit the fence so hard.
Oh, nice play there in the Pirate dugout on the foul ball.
So that's the way Polanco's going to play that right field. We need to put a little bit more padding there.
Yeah.
How about another layer? Some aggressive play.
Still 0-2 on Phillips. Weekly hit towards second. A lot of English on that ball. Harrison with toss to first. 2 up and 2 down.
Yeah, great job of really crowding Phillips and staying with it through the whole at bat. Never got anything off his hands.
Josh Harrison could have played any sport, including football, and James Franklin is here, the new Penn State head football coach. Here to take in the Pirates and Reds. They're letting him know, hey, coach, you're on. Good luck to James Franklin and the Nittany Lions this year.
Be that long, and the college football season will be here again.
I imagine he's got a big fan at third base now. Former Vanderbilt head coach James Franklin. Pedro Alvarez, a Vandy product. 1-2 on Jay Bruce. 2 away. And Pedro playing second base right now in that shift against Bruce. And toward left, Marte. Back and there. So the first 1, 2, 3 inning for Brandon Compton at the halfway mark. The Reds lead by 1. TV viewers in the Addison area, thanks for watching and rooting on your Pittsburgh Pirates. All of us at Root Sports and the Pirates appreciate your support. Let's go Bucks. Rooting on the Pirates here. Andrew McCutchen on deck. Marte 0 for 2. McCutchen with 1 of the 5 Pirate hits. And a roller to second. And an 0-1 pitch from Cueto. Marte is retired. And Cueto, who labored in the second and third, did give up the infield hit to Jordy Mercer last inning. But now manageable is that pitch count. McCutchen extending his hitting streak to 12 straight games with that third inning double. Well, you did good work this past week. You moved Andrew McCutchen to second. He had been fourth behind Carlos Gomez. He bolts into second, and Neil Walker is second behind Chase Utley. Keep those votes coming.
Yeah, player of the week will get you a few votes.
Pops this ball up to right. Jay Bruce. 2 outs.
A little bit underneath the ball. By his reaction, that was a ball that he really thought, I guess he should hit harder than that. Put the barrel of the ball, or the barrel of the bat on the baseball, and there's times where it's just going to be a quarter of an inch one way or another, and that's going to mean the result is not what you want. That's why it's such a tough thing to do, hit a baseball.
Ball to strike on Davis. 2 on Davis, who has bounced to second and walked. Go down to Robbie and Smrokowski.
Well, guys, in 5 games, Polanco, Marte, McCutchen batting 1, 2, 3 in the order. That was just the 5th time in 5 games they batted 1, 2, 3 in the lineup that they've been retired consecutively 3 times. Not 1 inning, but 3 times back to back to back in the order of the lineup. So pretty impressive so far what they have been able to do. 5 times in 5 games, pitchers have been able to do it. Johnny Cueto has done it twice tonight.
I guess that speaks, Robbie, to how impressive they have been at the top, and no surprise that if somebody's going to do it, it's going to be this guy, Cueto. Line to right field, and that is a fair ball. Mike Davis headed to second, and there with a double. Davis lines a double to right.
Trying to work him away. Came with that breaking ball down and in. Just able to rip it into the corner. That's what you're looking to do when there's 2 outs. You don't want that single. You want to instantly get yourself into scoring position.
Russell Martin has walked twice.
Had that real strong at bat where he had the bases loaded. Fought, battled. Ended up knocking in a run with a walk.
Two and 0. Close pitch, 2 and 1.
I don't know if there was a lot of those changeups on the inside part of the plate to right-handers. Just kind of a spot that you don't really see that a lot. Most of the time you try and get that ball away. The slow stuff, you want it away from right-handers.
Interesting that Russell Martin, who didn't play the first game against Johnny Cueto in mid-April, did on April the 22nd, walked in 3 plate appearances. Twice, actually, walked twice in 4 plate appearances. And he walks the first 2 times here. So 6 plate appearances against Cueto this season. Martin has walked 4 times. See the pitch count approaching 100. We walk him again. 3-2 pitch. Yep.
It's like that.
The home run did something to him.
Yeah, it did something to Cueto where he just is afraid to throw him strikes. This ball 4 is not even close, and Cueto normally is right around the plate.
Pedro Alvarez is due. Cueto or not, Alvarez has hit 1 home run this month. Hasn't homered since June the 3rd. He's driven in 7 this month. Not a play. +30 at bats. No ribbies for Alvarez.
Pedro, ever since he's been in the big leagues, always been very streaky. Just hope that gets in one of those hot streaks here soon.
On Alvarez, and he fouls it off, and now he's in the hole. 0-2. it toward third and on to second for the force. And the Pirates leave 2. Buccos down a run after 5.
Ask Edinson if you could have any superpower, what would it be and why?
Wow, that's a good one. I think I'm gonna be I was trying to be like Superman because I would like to fly, and he's a pretty good, very strong guy. So save a lot of life and help a lot of people.
He is one of the more fun-loving guys you'll be around. He's never in a bad mood, whether he has a good outing or a bad outing. The guy's always the same, Greg and Bob. He's a fun-loving guy, always laughing, smiling, joking. Clint Barmes' ear is probably a little sore right now, save for Jeff Locke. I'm sure he's chatting a lot, but good stuff from Edinson Volquez today.
And Robbie, of course, he'll start tomorrow night, coming off his fine performance last Thursday against Jeff Samardzija and the Cubs when he went 7 shutout innings. His good buddy Johnny Cueto on the hill tonight in the first of this 3-game series. Both pitchers really battling to keep it close, and they've done a good job in that regard. I already mentioned Vance Worley coming off his Pirates debut, 7 shutout innings against the Marlins on Sunday. We're talking with Charlie Morton. The starting pitchers have done really good work lately. And the ball popped out of play. The last 7 games, the starters have gone 4-0 for the Pirates with a 1.84 ERA.
And getting very deep into the ball games, doing that, something we've been, hoping for most of this season. Start getting beyond just the, the 5 2/3, that sort of start. We've been seeing 7 and 8 inning starts now for a while.
Pirates would love to get 6 out of Compton here tonight.
Ironically, we've been talking about that because we want the bullpen to be taken care of. And as soon as the starters do start going deeper in the ball game, that's when the bullpen started to falter a little bit. I don't think they're related, but.
And as Hurdle said, you almost have to take, especially over the weekend against the Marlins, it's hard to fault. First of all, Tony Watson. There's a ground ball. It's an out.
Yeah.
Difference in the ball game. And the 4 runs came against Stormy Pimentel, trying to get him some work. He gives up 2 2-run homers. So you really go to the one game of the control troubles. Look at Harrison make that play. Gosh, Harrison. Flawless. Retires Ludwig.
Ball gets hit over on the shortstop side. Josh playing a little bit up the middle, able to get there in plenty of time.
Another look from the Allegheny Health Network Super Mo on a super utility player Jay Hay has become. play anywhere.
Don't call him that, though.
As long as he plays every day, you can call him just about anything you want. It's hard to take him out of the lineup.
Yeah,
you can't take him out of the lineup.
I brought the super utility moniker up about a month ago in an interview, and he right then he just said, "Nah," he goes, I still see myself as being an everyday player, someday, because that is my goal. I don't want to be known as a utility player, even if even a good one."
Well, when Walker comes back,
and since that point, he's played every day.
Yeah. He plays somewhere every day. 2-1 on Pena. Line to right at Polanco. Let's go back to the studio. Game break and Rob King. All right, Rob, thanks. The Cardinals started the day 3.5 back of the Brewers in the Central. Pirates behind by 7, and the Reds a half game behind the third place Pirates in the division. Milwaukee at Arizona later tonight. Kyle Loesch on the hill for the Brew Crew. 2-0 on Cozart. Pitcher spot due up third in the bottom of the 6th, so if Compton can get this final out, maybe Clint Hurdle would be satisfied with the 6.
Yeah, I think he's going to get pinch hit for a
bouncing ball. Alvarez. And now Davis can't make the play. Davis, the throw was toward the runner, and probably concerned about getting that glove out of the way. This will be an interesting error. Charged to whom? E5. Alvarez troubles continue over there.
Right off the very tip of it, I was worried about Cozart. If you reach into that runner, you're going to get hurt.
Again, that is 17 errors for Alvarez. So Cueto comes to the plate. And a little shuffle. Glove to glove action for Jay Hay on to Ike Davis. Brandon Compton. Nice work.
This season, Cueto kept the ball. Did he ask Edinson Volquez to sign it?
I don't like to pitch against him. I think he's the same way because we got a lot of good memories together, and you know, it's feel like it's strange a little bit to face each other, like, you know, because we never happened. We never had it before, and we did it last time. I want to pitch today, pitch against him in the game because he owed me one. So I think he got lucky today. I'll pitch tomorrow.
Yeah, he does owe him one, and Volquez doesn't remember Cueto keeping the baseball from when he struck him out last time when they faced one another here at PNC Park. So a lot of good memories between those two guys, and really, really, really close friends.
Well, that was April the 22nd here at PNC Park. They were matched up. Volquez went 7, gave up a couple runs. And Cueto went the distance, giving up 1 run, a 1-out homer in the 9th inning by Andrew McCutchen. The only damage against Johnny Cueto at PNC Park that night in a 4-1 Reds victory. Josh Harrison leads off. Pirates down 1. And into center field, and what new for this guy? Josh Harrison, second hit, drove in a run with a double in the second. And Bam Bam tweets, what do you think the Buccos do with Jay Hay when Walker comes off the DL? His bat is too hot to sit on the bench.
I have no idea. I don't know what they're going to do.
You know, sometimes you hear managers say it's a good problem to have. I don't know this is a good problem to have. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, he's one of your best hitters for a month. You know, and he's got to have some kind of a position. I mean, he basically had been an outfielder for a month, and then when Walker got hurt, he's moved to second base while he's been hurt.
Mercer tries to bunt and pops it up and survives. Osvaldo not able to get there.
But if you're going to just like take somebody out of the lineup every day, I mean, how often are you going to take, you know, one of the dream team out in the outfield out of the lineup? How often is that going to happen? You know, the way they've been playing, you know, now that Polanco's up.
It's his 16th multi-hit game.
I don't have the answer. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yep.
I think there's just not enough situations where you can just plop him into a different position every night. I mean, I know that, I guess that could happen, but I'll have to wait and see.
Mercer again being asked to bunt. 1-1. Tabata out on deck.
One of the answers that I think we always give in these scenarios is something always works itself out. You hem and haw over something for a couple of weeks. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? And then maybe the day or 2 days before you get to that date where something's got to give. Spot open somewhere, whether it's on a pitching staff, bullpen, starting rotation, or in that everyday lineup. That's just the way baseball works. So uncommon to go for any stretch without injuries to people. And it can be stuff that's just totally out of the blue, unexpected. I mean, you know, the appendicitis. You know, that's, how do you even prepare for something like that? You can't. But those are the kind of things that happen, and you have to have depth on your team so that when somebody is sidelined, you don't miss much when you have another player go in and take his spot.
Well, Mercer unable to get the bunt down. Obviously, Clint Hurdle had asked him to bunt. He fouled off 2 tries, so now he swings away. And you bet he wants to succeed somehow, some way to at least get Harrison to second. After, again, failing to bunt. Looking as though Justin Wilson will be the new Pirates pitcher. Pirates hoping to get Compton off the hook here. Almost got a piece of Mercer, and now it is 3-2. Cueto nearing the end, but as we said earlier, he has thrown as many as 119 pitches this season. Just 6 days ago, he threw 112 pitches. Bullpen up for the Reds. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss. Throw down. Not in time. Mercer swinging at a pitch down and away. And Harrison gets the stolen base. After the strikeout, here comes Brian Price. He's going to try and buy some time for his dugout to check.
It looked like the throw was there in plenty of time, but I don't know if the tag was there in plenty of time. Jay Hay went to the very backside of the bag with his slide. Oh yeah, he's in there. Going for that back corner, he was able to slide that hand in.
Stolen base for Josh Harrison, his 3rd of the season.
Like Phillips caught that ball out in front of the bag toward home plate, and then had to bring it after the catch all the way back to that backside. And the time that took was what got Josh in there. Yeah, he's out in front of the bag and then had to catch it out there and then reach back. Now, if he's straddling the bag and lets the ball travel all the way to second base and just goes straight down with the tag, he might have been able to get himself an out.
Tabata pinch hitting for Compton. 1 out. As Mercer swung and missed at that 3-2 pitch. Down and away, and Harrison stealing the base. Ball and 2 strikes on Tabata.
Conversation about something. Don't let him take your mind off Cueto.
With the Polanco on deck, he's had a couple good at bats off of Cueto. You wonder what Brian Price might be thinking. 112 pitches. See if Tabata can deliver once again in a pinch hitting role. Batting .474 his last 9 games.
The pinch hitting has been top notch for the Pirates. With the starters early on not going very deep into the ball games, there was a lot of opportunities for pinch hitting, and most of the time they've come through.
Sam LeCure getting ready. 2-2. Ground ball left side, shortstop, and a throw to third base. Cozart throws out Josh Harrison as Tabata grounds to deep short, 2 down.
when you're playing in these tight games, any kind of a mistake on the bases could really loom big. Let's hope this one doesn't. Just a ground ball to Harrison's right. You can't be running on that. But he did. See him slam his hand down on the base. And at the end of this play, he knows he made a big mental error.
Tampa on at first with 2 outs, and Gregory Polanco at the plate. Gregory Polanco. Fly to center, single to center, pop to shallow left. Was given the green light on a 3-0 pitch in the 4th with a runner at second and 2 outs. Now it's 1 ball and no strikes. 34 big league at bats for Polanco, and he's facing one of the very best pitchers in baseball, Johnny Cueto. And he takes, and it's 2-0. ...116 pitches, 3 shy of his season high. Two and one. Two and one on Polanco with a runner at first, 2 outs. The Pirates trail by a run. Probably Cueto's last batter of the game. Another strike. Two and two.
You just pull so hard for Polanco to come through in these situations. His confidence will just.
Runner goes and out at second. They sent Tabata, and he is thrown out 2-6.
Well, Polanco will be leading off with a fresh count.
So keep them coming. Hashtag Bucks fan photo. Scott has himself a foul ball from tonight's game. Scott Alborg. Nice. Big smile.
Yeah, that's
Great
one of
souvenir.
the things you come to the ball game for. Hope you get one of those.
3-2, head to the 7th inning. Pirate starter Brandon Compton goes 6, gives up 3 on 8 hits, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. Justin Wilson takes over.
Justin Wilson, one of the bullpen guys, had a little control problems down in Florida. Want to have a nice clean inning here, kind of redeem himself.
He's got Billy Hamilton on the side he wants. Johnny Cueto probably finished for the night. A strike. Hamilton bats just 193 from this right side.
Makes it tougher to get leg hits over there, which, as we've seen tonight, that's a big part of his game. Use speed for a base hit.
Pushes a bunt up, and look at this speed. Look at Billy Hamilton with 2 strikes. Wow. What that speed does at the top of the order. He's on base for the 4th straight time.
Now, when you get 2 strikes, the infielders, and then they assume, okay, bunt's over, then they move back. Jay moved back toward the outfield grass, and just there's no time to come in and make a play on that. Somebody that can run like Hamilton, even if it is from the right side.
Wow. Impressive stuff. Well, he's a guy, too, that if you look at his on-base percentage, in today's sabermetrics world, probably not your ideal leadoff guy. Just 300 on-base percentage, nothing great, but once he gets on, and he's gotten on 4 times, creates a lot of havoc.
Well, there's probably a stat that shows where somebody is a 380 on-base percentage. But when you look at how many times they get on, how many times they score, that percentage is probably not all that good. Now you get somebody with a, say, a 280 on-base percentage, but scores half the time they get on base. So maybe that makes up for it. I would imagine that Hamilton scores a large percentage of the time he does get on base because of his ability to move into scoring position and score on marginal hits to the outfield.
Go back to a leadoff man the Pirates had for a while. Tony Womack. His on-base percentage was low, but kind of like Hamilton.
What's the scoring percentage once he does get on base? I'm sure there's a stat for that. It's got some kind of a name.
In terms of leadoff men in the National League, he's about 13th, it looks like, among leadoff hitters in the league. One of the worst in terms of on-base percentage.
13th, yeah, there's not that many teams.
So
that puts him down the bottom.
Again, statistically, you look at the sabermetrics of it, the on-base percentage probably would tell you, that's not a good leadoff man to have. Don't tell Brian Price that. Or Jay Bell. And there he goes. Stolen base.
Not even close. There was nothing Russell Martin was going to do there. Great jump. Hamilton's popping up out of his slide by the time the ball gets there. Look at that jump.
His 3rd steal of the night. play. Shortstop Mercer, and they will hold Hamilton there at third. It's first and third, nobody out.
No, Hamilton there. You would have held Hamilton there, but he's scampering back to the bag thinking it was going to be a diving catch, or at least it might be. And I still thought that they might score him, but again, with nobody out, they're going to be very conservative and just hold him up at third base.
Todd Frazier just getting enough on that to elude Mercer. Mercer had it in his glove momentarily, and now first and third, nobody out, and Joey Votto at the plate.
Greg, our staff looked it up. He scores 43% of the time he gets on base.
And I wondered, well, where does that stand?
I would think that that's got to be better than the average Joe.
Our staff is working on that to find out exactly where that is against the league. The runner takes off for second, and they'll pay no attention to him. Frazier at second base.
It is really awesome to have our own research department. We need to develop something like this for radio games.
Yep.
We have a similar thing. It's called the play-by-play guy.
That's right. Doesn't have to do nearly as much work on TV. Now, the stolen base has been a big part of, obviously, the Reds' game this season, but in particular against the Pirates. "17 times they've stolen a base against the Bucks this year. 21 attempts in just 8 games. I mean, they are taking off. Checks, takes, no. 2-2. The 97-mile-per-hour fastball from the lefty Justin Wilson hangs in there. He struck out twice against the righty Compton, swinging in the third, looking in the fifth. Well, Wilson trying to have a bounce-back performance after a miserable night on Friday. He walked 2 of the 3 he faced, and both scored. And it stays 2-2, 98. Votto hits just .239 against lefties.
Some of the most uncomfortable at bats I've seen Votto have in one game. Even when he's making outs, he looks so controlled at the plate.
And he holds it 3-2. On the other hand, lefty's batting .303 against Justin Wilson. Right-handed hitter on deck. They're batting only .175 against the Pirates left-hander. Full count, nobody out. Pirates down a run in the 7th. And into center field. This will score 1. This will score 2. And a big 2-run single for Joey Votto. The Reds lead by 3.
Well, most of the at-bat really trying to crowd Votto, keeping everything inside. using that velocity to try at least to tie him up, not let him get the head of the bat to anything. That was the one shot that went away with a breaking ball. And then the last pitch, instead of inside, they wanted to go outside, and the ball just ended up going right down the middle of the plate. It was elevated a little bit, but still right down the middle of the plate. But until that last pitch, Wilson was doing a good job of following the glove, keeping the ball to the side of the plate that Russell Martin wanted. Only one pitch got straight out into the middle, and with a hitter of the quality of Votto, went for a base hit.
Out in front of Phillips, 0-2. Phillips 1 of 11 Reds hits. 8 hits versus Compton. 3 runs. Another call to the bullpen from Clint Hurdle. Out on a play. Jeanmar Gomez up. One and two. Together a pretty impressive non-strikeout streak. 43 straight plate appearances without having struck out.
That last pitch, 90 miles an hour. A little cut action coming down and in.
Wilson gets it. First out. Check out the Budweiser Bow Tie Bar next time you come down to the ballpark. Features full service bar, weather protected dining space, and much more. Bring your group and enjoy a private dining space, or stop by during the game to take in the action. For more info, call 1-800-5-BUCKS or go to pirates.com. They're out there now. The Budweiser Bow Tie Bar. Even Reds fans invited. Ray Searage checking in with Justin Wilson.
Popular place here. With the view out the back of the river and all the boats. A little glass wall too. Kind of the weather might not be all that great as far as we do have a rainy day occasionally here. Good place to go to wait out the rain delay. Won't get wet.
Jay Bruce, 1 for 3. He had a big double in the 4th inning after Brandon Phillips led off with a hit. He followed with a double. Both he and Phillips would score. These Reds started a road trip in Milwaukee. Took 2 of 3 from the Brewers. Strike is called. Like the Pirates, the Reds have won 4 of their last 5. They will head home and take on the Blue Jays in interleague play over the weekend, and they'll on a long trip. Stays 1-2 on Bruce. Trying to keep it manageable right now, down by 3, and this, the way Aroldis Chapman has been pitching, it becomes really 2 innings to get your 3 runs. He's been lights out. Homer Bailey will pitch on Thursday afternoon, the final game of this series against Jeff Locke. Tomorrow night, Alfredo Simon against Edinson Volquez. Matt Latos is back off the DL. That's big for the Reds. Bounce towards second. Harrison will throw to Alvarez and to first. They will not get 2. 2 outs. Force at second goes 4-5. And look at the Nissan road ahead. Alfredo Simon with 9 wins, tied with Adam Wainwright for the National League lead. Poses Edinson Volquez, the former Red, and then Thursday afternoon, brief homestand. Jeff Locke for the Pirates against Homer Bailey. That's going to be it for Justin Wilson. Jeanmar Gomez coming on. Going to try and keep it a 3-run deficit.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by T-Mobile Tuesday Night Baseball.
5-2. Reds in front. Top of the 7th. 2 outs. Jamie Dixon is here wearing his Pirate jersey. Pitch basketball coach. Kinds of celebs. Jeanmar Gomez takes over. He'll face Ryan Ludwig.
Jeanmar, kind of like last year, he pitching all types of scenarios where there was long man come in, throw maybe 3 innings, or at times having to pitch later in a game.
How about the performance he had on Friday night? 4 innings of shutout ball, 1 hit to get the well-deserved win.
He's the super utility guy of the bullpen.
But don't call him that. He doesn't like that.
He doesn't like that. No, I think he probably does like that.
Jay Bruce back. Ludwig, 2 hits and 3 at bats. RBI single in the 4th. Else is running. They figure Bruce might. He is 7 for 8 in the stolen base department. This all started this inning with Billy Hamilton bunting on a 1-2 pitch against the lefty Wilson. He then stole second. Todd Frazier with that soft liner off of Mercer's glove. Eventually Frazier stole second. And both Hamilton and Frazier scored on the Votto single. Bruce's bouncer to Harrison erased Votto. Now with 2 outs. 2-0 on Ludwig. Quite a story. Speedy center fielder. That didn't miss by a lot. Goes to 3 balls and no strikes.
Not by much. Might have nicked the corner.
Cueto in line to get the W. Bullpen work to be done. Pirates had him on the ropes, it appeared. He really worked and labored in the second and third innings. What a play to end the bottom of the third inning threat. A double play. Alvarez with that fly ball to shallow center. McCutchen thrown out at the plate. And ball 4. Brian Pena, the switch hitting catcher.
Not what you like to do, come in and walk that first guy. Brought him in to face a right-hander. Now he's going to have to get Pena out.
Cardinals are leading the Mets 3-1, top of the 6th. Brewers and Diamondbacks just underway in Phoenix.
That was Wainwright tonight, wasn't he? Pitching for the Cards.
Waka.
Oh, Waka.
Against Nice. Nothing in 2 on Brian Pena. One and 2, first and second. Pirates trail by 3. And the fastball misses 2 and 2. Pena last year hit .297 with Detroit. A 32-year-old native of Havana, Cuba. Signed a 2-year free agent contract over the winter with Cincinnati to be Devin Mesoraco's backup. Figure to see Mesoraco tomorrow. It stays 2 and 2.
Definitely would like to get this last out. This is one of those situations where a big hit could maybe nail this one down for the Reds. A couple of guys on. Get this out.
Chopped toward Harrison. Oh, nice little play on the short hop. Stepping on the bag for the final out. However, the Reds do score 2 more and take a 3-run lead. Pirates will need to do some quick work against the Cincinnati bullpen and try and get it done before that 9th inning, where Aroldis Chapman is sure to be coming on with a lead.
Join everyone watching at home on Root Sports as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Five-2, Cincinnati going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Let's make some changes. Chris Heisey comes into the game. It's a double switch in left field. Sam LeCure will start the 7th.
Immediately when you're behind and you bring somebody in, you look at the walk numbers. 11 and 27 innings, not horrible, but certainly not a control guy either. So you got to make sure you're patient. See if you can get Sam to give you a walk. Maybe get something started that way. Polanco leading things off normally is a little on the patient side. Look him over. Drop that curveball right there, pretty much down the middle for strike one.
Quickly out in front, 0-2. Johnny Cueto gives up 7 hits, 2 runs in 6 innings, walked 4, struck out 2. Continues a very impressive run here at PNC Park. Johnny Cueto gave up 5 earned runs in his very first career start here. There's a pop up to shallow left. Shortstop will be there. Cozart. Got an earlier tweet for a nickname. We got another one here from Warrior. Came up with a perfect Bucks nickname, the Bermuda Triangle, where fly balls go to die. Marte in left, McCutchen in center, and Polanco in right.
I like that one. Good.
Very good. Very clever.
Interesting to see how different guys are going to be testing Polanco. LeCure went just all real slow stuff there, all 3 pitches.
Broken bat, ground ball into center field. Polanco's first hit. Or rather, Marte's first hit, following Polanco's pop out.
He was throwing 70, 70, 69 on the ball power on those big slow curveballs. Trying to see how Polanco was going to react to that. Everybody's going to be having some different ideas about what they want to try against him.
Different ideas what they want to call this outfield. How about best outfield in baseball? Bob?
It's pretty good, don't you think, Greg? That might be a winner.
Yes, sir. I know you like it.
Might be a winner right there.
There goes Marte right away, and it's fouled off by McCutchen. McCutchen doesn't want to leave the bag until he's absolutely certain. And who blames him?
I definitely would not want to be Marte if he got up and walked back just because somebody said foul ball and then have him tagged.
Well, Marcacho from Chuck. McCutchen takes the ball. As we were saying, Johnny Cueto, who gave up 5 earned runs in his first career start here in Pittsburgh, each of his last 14 starts since, he has given up no more than 3. He did that only 1 time. Tonight, 6 innings, 2 runs on 7 hits, even though it looked as though the Pirates were going to score a bunch.
Definitely, he loves pitching his ballpark most of the time. And after pitching in his home park for half his starts, he would like to pitch here more often, I would think. Their home ballpark, one of the best hitting parks in the National League. It makes it even more impressive when a red pitcher puts up these big numbers, low ERAs. Their home yard is not an easy place to keep the ball from going over the fence.
Pirates will be in Cincinnati second weekend in July. Two and 2. The Reds have been playing .500 baseball at home this season. They are 2 games under on the road. But again, the Pirates find a way to come back against the Reds, who've won 5 of the first 7 meetings this season. And McCutchen patiently takes ball 3. Two. There goes Marte, and it's ball 4. First and second for Ike Davis.
What we're looking for, a little help. Get some base runners. Sam now has 12 walks.
Well, Davis has been on twice tonight against Cueto. This is the veteran Sam LeCure.
Definitely got a nice little inning starting to build with a really massive speed on base.
Down 3, 1 out. Davis, understandably not thrilled with that call.
Yeah, well, A little ways off the plate.
It's this one. 1-1. 23,565 the paid attendance here. Game 1 of this 3-game series against Cincinnati tomorrow night. It's Volquez against Alfredo Simon, and Thursday afternoon, Jeff Locke against Homer Bailey. 1-1 on Ike Davis. 1-2.
Not sure Ike was happy with that one either.
Nope.
Take a look, see where that pitch was. Yeah, it was a strike, but very borderline. Can't take a close one now.
The dirt. Can't find the baseball initially, and taking off for third, and there, Marte.
Marte is about as aggressive as you'll see out there on the bases. Ball's not bouncing away by much. That off-balance throw by Pena. I was afraid that Marte might come off the bag, but he was able to put out that anchor foot. Does that a lot at second base. You'll see him the head first slide. He'll go by the bag, but he'll hook that left foot onto the bag. That always stops him. It's like an arrestor hook and a carrier landing.
Brian Price just went out to buy some time. They just looked at that replay. McCutchen stays at first. Two and two the count. Little broken back flare and into center field. Marte scores. It's 5-3. Davis on base for the third straight time.
Right off the end of the bat, they had to expand the strike zone. Now you can't afford to take anything close. This ball just a little bit below the knees, but able to get the bat to it. Big hit.
Russell Martin has walked 3 times. 3 of the 4 walks issued by Cueto. Takes ball 1. Double barrel action now. Logan Ondrusek, the right-hander. Manny Parra, the lefty, getting ready. Parra probably ready for Alvarez should this inning continue. Ball to strike. Missed. 2-1 now on Russell Martin. Reds bullpen ERA is 3.98 compared to the starters' earned run average of 3.44. And that just misses. That's 3-1. Alvarez 2 for 11 against Manny Parra in his career. That's who he will be facing should Martin reach or this inning continue. And now it is 3-2. By the way, Russell Martin's 4-walk game in his career came back on August 23rd, 2007. He walked 4 times against the Phillies as a member of the Dodgers. Gabby Sanchez looking for a pinch hit opportunity. 3-2. It remains 3 balls and 2 strikes on Martin. Possible that Ken Hurdle would pinch hit Sanchez. With Alvarez again a career 182 hitter against Parra. Sanchez 1 for 4. But that's looking ahead. Right now focus is on Russell Martin, trying to at least reach.
He's seen some pitches.
Yeah, he has. I mean, a bunch. Another 3-2 on its way. And he'll see another. Seven pitches so far this at bat. Battling Sam LeCure. The Bucks down a couple. Into center field. McCutchen headed home. And he'll score. Russell Martin makes it a 1-run game.
They got away from that pole of everything. Got a pitch on the outside part, took it back through the middle. Right on the outside corner, as a matter of fact. Right back where it came from, through the middle. Right over the mound.
On the 29th pitch Russell Martin has seen tonight, he singles home Andrew McCutchen to make it 5-4.
That's pretty amazing. He's seen almost 30 pitches, and he'll probably get another at bat tonight.
Yeah. What a night for Russell Martin. New pitcher coming on.
transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pirates try to come back against the Reds. They have scored twice here in the 7th after Polanco popped out. Starling Marte single to extend his inning streak to 8 straight games. McCutchen walked. Mike Davis an RBI single. Russell Martin an RBI single. Edgar Alvarez will not hit against Manny Parra. Even though lefties, left-handed hitters, hit slightly better against Parra. 275 to 250. Parra has pitched very well lately. He has not given up a run in his last 9 appearances.
We haven't seen Pedro pinch hit for very often in his career.
Very rare. You've got the bench monsters available. And a fly ball down the line and left. That'll hook toward the seats. Sanchez 1 for 4 with a walk and an RBI in his career against Parra. Alvarez tonight 0 for 3. Could not hold. Now he's in the hole 0-2. A little over anxious, Gabby Sanchez.
Way out there with that bat. Didn't realize it. The bat went out that far in front of home plate. Easy call.
360 hitter as a pinch hitter. Takes.
Very shallow outfield for him. A lot of room out in that left center area.
Sanchez had a big night back in April against the Reds, part of that historic home run night. But he'll strike out against Parra for the 2nd out.
They were just too aggressive, coming off the bench. Sometimes you're all fired up, and Parra only threw him 1 pitch on the plate for a strike. There it is. That's the first or the only strike he saw. Everything else was off the plate down, and then the last one was good 6 inches outside.
Parra's only batter faced. New pitcher coming on for Brian Price. This was Josh Harrison, his at-bat in the second inning. A double to right center brought in Russell Martin. One of 2 hits tonight for Josh Harrison, who has been a game changer ever since he was inserted into the lineup every day. Jay Hay will have another opportunity here against the right-hander Logan Andrusek, who gave up a couple of runs on Saturday against Milwaukee. A blown save that he has pitched pretty well his last several appearances.
Giving up a lot of base hits this year. Need another one right now. Tie this game up.
Mike Davis will be looking to get as big a lead as possible in time called. Brian Pena wants to talk to Andrusek. Down 1. Now with 2 outs, as Parra struck out Gabby Sanchez, the pinch hitter. Takes a strike. Fastball at 94. Josh Harrison had a 3-hit game against the Padres earlier this month. And Andrusek out in front of Josh Harrison, 0-2. In there.
How many times can he come through? It's like
it's almost not fair to ask him to do it again.
He has been so clutch.
Takes 1 ball and 2 strikes. Just a phenomenal story. Hitting over .330 in his last 34 starts. Into center field, he did do it again! Josh Harrison delivers again! How about Jay Hay, Hay, Hay? Incredible! Tied at 5.
Yeah, it was a pretty good pitch too. Knee high outside half the plate, went down, got it, cut down his swing. This is one of those situations, just don't strike out, get something put in play. Kind of a one-handed swing. The top hand came off the bat real early.
And not satisfied for the hit, he's going to second base, Bob.
Yeah, well, watch Hamilton here. Hamilton had the out in front of him at third base, but he chose to throw home, so everybody got to move up. Now, a base hit, we take a 2-run lead.
Oh, would that be sweet here for Mercer? Josh Harrison.
Jay Hay right about now, he sees the throw. What's he doing? He's throwing home. Okay, I'll go to second base then.
It's his 4th 3-hit game of the season. 11th of his career. Mercer now in the hole 0-2. He would like to make up for that disappointing at bat he had in the 6th inning when he was not able to advance Harrison on a bunt and then struck out on a pitch well out of the zone.
The same thing now that Harrison had to do. Had to battle and try not to strike out. Just get something put in play. Maybe it'll find a hole. Well, that right now is where Mercer is. 0-2 count. Just battle. Get something put in play.
Into right field, and this will do it. But the Pirates get up off the deck and score 3. New ball game. On to the 8th. Led by Jay Hay. 5-all.
Doan came to the Pirates game with her husband Mike, a big Pirate fans. Tiffany was 8.5 months pregnant at the time and worried what she would do if a foul ball came screaming at her. Well, that's exactly what happened off the bat of Andrew McCutchen. That happened in the 6th inning, and husband Micah, who's on the right there, was on a bathroom run when it happened, so he couldn't even get in the way to help her. Well, Tiffany fielded the ball off a railing and had a souvenir to show Micah when he returned. It was an exciting moment. So exciting, she began having contractions. They stayed until the middle of the 8th inning. Tiffany couldn't deal with the pains, ended up going to the hospital where her son Jeremiah, who a moment ago you saw Tiffany holding, was born at 11:36 p.m. Now, the photo you saw a second ago was from Pirate Fest, where they met Andrew McCutchen, and Kutch signed the foul ball that Tiffany caught. And that might be the one that sent her into labor. Greg and Bob, what a story.
How about this? Incredible story, Robbie. Josh Harrison stays in the game, obviously, at third base, moving from second, and now Clint Barmas is at second, and the new Pirates pitcher trying to keep this tied is Mark Melancon. Melancon faces Cozart to lead things off. The numbers for Melancon on the season: still outstanding. And the strike is called. Melancon pitched that game on Friday. Faced 2 batters. He walked Casey McGee with the bases loaded, then struck out the last man in the inning. Those 2 batters faced on Friday, so well rested. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Did he go? No.
Take a look at that check swing now. I really liked what the home plate umpire did there. He just immediately asked. No waiting around. As soon as that ball really was blocked.
To center field, McCutchen. 1 out. Chris Heisey will get his first at bat. We got some Twitter action regarding Josh Harrison and the big hit that tied it. His 3rd hit of the game. Jay Hay every day. Out clutch.
Who else? I like that one.
Yep. Heisey takes ball 1. Starting the game at second, now over there at third. 3-hit game for the Cincinnati native. Two 2-0 on Heisey. Central Pennsylvania native. Oh, 3-0.
Definitely far enough. No more wildness. Bullpen to come in now and just lock this one down. Score in the bottom of the inning and save it in the ninth. That's the game plan.
3 balls and a strike on Heisey. Billy Hamilton on deck. Reds have been retired in order just once tonight. And now a full count.
Look how far this ball is outside, and he gets a swing on it. A 3-1 count. 3-1. The hitters are usually keyholing in one spot.
Off of Melanson. He finds it. And on to first.
Got a nice piece of that ball. It just went straight down right on top of the mound. Like it went off the glove. Got to be quick like a cheetah to get a piece of that one.
Came back from that 3-0 count to retire Heisey. And now Billy Hamilton. Can Melanson retire this speedster? On base all 4 times, 3 for 3.
Good time to have this guy hit. 2 outs. That way, even if he does get on, there's hopefully a little, not much time for him to make anything happen out on those bases. Be out of the way for the ninth.
1 and 2.
That's a good cutter going tonight. There's 2 strikes. He's looking around like he might bunt.
Peaks down to third. 2 and 2 on Billy Hamilton. Hamilton stays alive. And into shallow right, Polanco. Mark Melanson has the 1-2-3 inning. Go to the bottom of the 8th. Tied up. music from Fits and the Tantrums. And they will be performing at Stage AE on Saturday, July the 5th. So you can go to the Pirates' 4 o'clock game against the Phillies and then catch Fits and the Tantrums that night. Clint Barmas, his first at bat. On to play second base at the top of the inning. Strike is called. Logan Ondrusek. Barmas 2 for 11 lifetime against him. Fly ball, shallow right, second baseman Phillips. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Pirates.com for details. And Dominican proud as Gregory Polanco steps to the plate. Facing another new pitcher. All these pitchers he's not seen yet in the big leagues. He was 1 for 3 against Cueto, popped up against LeCure, and now faces Ondrusek. 2-0.
A lot of slow stuff from LeCure. I think it was like 3 hooks in a row. That pop fly. Everybody's going to be trying some different things. You look at the video probably of his first week in the big leagues, and most pitchers will probably be trying to work him upstairs because a lot of his hits have been downstairs.
3-0 takes. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk.
Be a challenge for him then to prove that he's got that covered. And just be adjusting back and forth.
How about that? 4-pitch walk.
One of the things very evident really from his very first game is how patient he is as a hitter. Usually young guys won't show that type of patience, but he's well advanced in that area. He'll make sure that pitcher throws him strikes.
Ground ball, base hit in the left. It is first and second with 1 out. The big 3 coming to the plate. A walk and a single. And here comes McCutchen. In 5 games that these guys have been at the top of the order, they've combined to score 15 runs.
Well, this is really going to be a challenge throughout the season for the other teams. What are they going to do about these 3 hitters stacked up right in a row? All that speed.
McCutchen 1 for 3 plus a walk.
It's not just the speed factor either. All 3 of these guys have pop in the bat to where they can drive the ball for extra bases. And McCutchen has a proven home run bat, although I think the other 2 guys are going to hit home runs in their career. Polanco, it's hard to really project at this point because he's so new here, but we've seen Marte with some power at times. And I think we'll see more of that in the next couple seasons. Hopefully more of that in the second half of this year. He's going to see a lot more fastballs on the plate for strikes.
A couple of high fastballs McCutchen offers and misses. Oh, and Ondrusek strikes him out on 3 pitches. That quiets things down in a hurry.
Yeah, that a lot of momentum going our way. Got the 2 speedsters on in front of Kutch. 3 fastballs by him. Not what I thought was going to happen.
Now Andrusik can get out of it as he faces Davis. 2 hits his last 2 at bats. RBI single last inning.
He fell behind, I think 0-2, just kind of battled till he actually hit what was probably a ball off the end of the bat. Got it out of the center field for the knock.
Ball, 1 strike. Worley thinking about a pinch hitting opportunity. Vance Worley. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. But it may, because the pitcher's spot is in the hole. Martin on deck, and with Chris Stewart, backup catcher, or Travis Snyder would be the other. 2-1. Three and one. Russell Martin had a big night. Three and one. And now full count. Of course, Davis has done some damage against these Reds this season.
Yeah, I just asked. That last pitch was in the strike zone.
Davis has hit 2 grand slams this season against the Reds, once as a Met, once as a Bucco. Full count pitch and fouled away.
The hitters are always asking that question of the umpires. They're trying to get a feel for, you know, how they're seeing the ball and how the umpires are calling it.
Still 3-2. And it remains 3 balls and 2 strikes as Davis fouls off the 95-mile-per-hour fastball. So Brian Pena wants to talk things over with Logan Andrusik. He has seen 7 pitches. Was Pena suggesting Andrusik throw something other than that fastball here? Another 3-2 pitch. Here it comes. Struck him out.
If he did, it worked.
Head to the 9th. Still tied at 5. Gregory Polanco as he makes his major league debut. See how the Buccos have become the best in pinch situations. The Bench Monsters and much more. Inside Pirates Baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network tonight after postgame on Root Sports. Well, the Pirates hope to walk it off now, and it's up to Jason Grilli to keep the game tied at 5. Really another guy that is looking to bounce back. He did give up a hit, but picked up the save on Saturday following that lone save opportunity on Friday night, where he walked 3, one intentionally.
Yeah, walks have been a little bit of a problem this year. If you look, he has 10 walks there in just over 16 innings. That's something that you don't like to see, but on the other hand, he hasn't been giving up hardly any hits either. So the overall base runners is not really all that out of line.
Todd Frazier took ball 1, the breaking pitch from Grilli. And now 2-0. Center and deep, and Todd Frazier crushes a home run off the batter's eye in center, his 16th, and gives the Reds a 6-5 lead in the 9th. "16 homers on the year for Todd Frazier."
This was certainly a long one. The location is up and away. He went out there and I mean, no running out of the box here. That ball's going to hit that green wall out there. Way up high on the green wall. That's one of the higher ones we've seen since we've been in this ballpark. First one I've seen hit way up high on it. Remember, see if you remember this, Kip Wells.
Yeah.
Remember him hitting one way up on that green monster? Kip Wells, the pitcher.
Whew, they hit that, they estimate that at about 440 feet.
Well, if it hadn't hit the wall, it would have went a lot further than that. Because you would think the wall's probably 40 feet behind the fence, which is 400. It hit, I'm going to say 10 feet maybe from the top of the wall, if that. 6 feet. That doesn't matter though, it just counts for one run.
And now Marte has a long way to go and makes the lunging catch. He was playing almost to the warning track.
You got to have fantastic speed to make that play. Not many outfielders are going to be able to make this catch, turn this into an out. From as deep as he was playing, I mean, just a couple of steps in front of the warning track to be able to cover that much ground to get an out. Well, he caught it just maybe a foot off the grass.
Now Brandon Phillips.
Looks like Marte has shadowed up quite a bit after that one.
Liner to left field, and Marte not going to be able to get there as Phillips singles. And Jason Grilli, 3 batters into his appearance here in the 9th, giving up the bomb to Frazier. Votto retired on the nice catch by Marte, and Phillips singles, and now it's Jay Bruce.
You get so used to the bullpen of giving up nothing this year.
Bruce sees an opportunity to get a bunt hit and almost had it, but they let it roll. Finally goes foul.
They're playing without anybody on that side of the infield, so if it's on the grass, you can just jog down to first. But once it falls off the edge of the grass, that gives it just enough momentum to where if the chalk line is not very thick, it'll be able to get to the other side. There it is. It's just now on the dirt. Somebody grab it quick before it hits a pebble and rolls back.
Bruce doubled and scored in the 4th.
You can see why it was bunting. Just 1 for 11, although it was a home run off Grilli in his career. Poor swing at that one. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and he took a real slow swing at it like he was fooled on a breaking ball.
Stop there by Mercer. Turns that into 2. Mercer on the other side of that bag. That shift. 4-5-3 double play. Pirates now have to go to work against Aroldis Chapman. The clubhouse game reaction from the team. Clint Hurdle, our Root Sports analyst. Pirates postgame presented by Allegheny Health Network coming up after the game on Root Sports. Special treat. It'll be Rob and Bob. Rob King and Bob Walk will take you through the postgame.
Well, hopefully we got a comeback victory, a walk-off to talk about.
Roger Bernardina now in the game to play right field. And here he is, Aroldis Chapman.
Hey, you think he's back and healthy? Look at the strikeouts and innings pitched. 31 Ks, just 4 walks, and 16 innings. He's back.
His first appearance against the Pirates this season, because of course he began the year on the DL, taking that line drive to the head in spring training. Still believe.
Just a 1-run game. Put the leadoff hitter on, and we'll take it from there. See what happens.
Another rough one for Grilly. Russell Martin leads things off. First pitch 100.
Now you know what to look for when you get up there, Chapman.
13 games against the Pirates in his career. Pirates have scored twice. 2 different games. They had a big comeback against him back in 2011.
Twice. That might be,
and another one in 2012.
That might be more than most. After the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, he's got 2 off-speed pitches in a row, and now he's falling behind.
Fly ball and headed toward the seats, and just out of play. Yes, nicely done.
Look at that. Is that going to be a story? You can say that the last person that threw this baseball threw it 100 miles an hour. Can't say that about a lot of foul balls.
No.
It's a 100-mile-an-hour baseball.
Down on strikes goes Russell Martin.
When you throw 100 and you pull the string with that changeup, that's pretty devastating. It's destroying timing with that great fastball and throwing the changeup. But you walk away after the strikeout with a little bit of a sense of pride, because it's like, hey, he throws 100 mile an hour, but he had to throw changeups to get me out. I don't know if you actually feel better about that or not, but.
Now you come up off the bench, having not seen live pitching, and you face Aroldis Chapman for the first time. Stewart bats for Grilly. Ouch.
In the wrist. Like hit your knee or your shin on something, and you just like you try to yell it out. I think that's what he did. He brought the mask up. Another changeup.
Just 4 walks and 16 innings with 31 strikeouts. He has retired 29 of the last 31 batters. He is as lights out as anybody in the game currently, or anybody in the game for quite some time. He's retired 39 of the last 42.
Pretty much makes it a 8-inning game, doesn't he?
He really does. What a comeback for him, too.
When Billy Wagner was in his absolute prime for about 2 or 3 years there, I think you kind of had the same feeling when he came in the ball game. It was just how many people was he going to strike out?
Well, you have some life, and doggone it, look who's coming to the plate.
Yeah, what do you know? Who's stepping up to the plate?
Well, he doubled in a run in the second. Hit a ball to the wall in the 4th inning that was caught. He singled and stole a base in the 6th. This was the base hit that drove in the run in the 7th. 3 hits, 2 RBIs.
Made some nice plays in the field this game. Always there.
And unbelievable. He just gets up there and whacks it in the left like he's facing just the everyday Joe.
101 fastball here. Line drive left field. Real quick, get it over with.
4 hits.
You don't want to drag it out.
My word.
Pow.
Jeez.
Well, I've said a lot that Harrison can turn around anybody's fastball. Well,
now it's literally true.
I'll be saying that with a little more force from now on.
Yeah, go ahead and write that guy's name in there. 4-hit game, and well, who knows? Jordy Mercer can find a way.
Tie this baby up.
It's even at 13 apiece, and now we're going to talk things over.
A long discussion.
Last time the Pirates scored a run off of Aroldis Chapman. Go back to August 3rd, 2012. And they try to do it here. Jordy Mercer takes. One ball, one strike. And 1-2 now.
I wonder what that would be like, just to stand in the box and see what a 100-mile-an-hour fastball looks like going by.
2-2. Big block too there by Pena.
For his throwing as hard as he does, he throws, at least so far in this game, a lot of off-speed stuff. We call it off-speed. They're not fastballs. That one's 93. But it's not like, even though he's throwing 100, 101, that he just rears back and tries to blow it by you.
Blew that one by him at 102.
Definitely did there.
Aroldis Chapman strikes out Jordy Mercer. Bucks are down to their final out. Clint Barmes. Oh, 0-1. Since coming off the DL, May the 11th, Chapman gave up 1 run against the Padres, his second time out. He gave up 1 run against the Washington Nationals in a 2-inning stint on May the 19th. That has been it. Barmes 1 for 3 lifetime against Chapman. Fly ball to left field. Toward the warning track, nearing the wall, and caught by Heisey to end the ball game. Barmes drives Heisey to the wall in left, and the Reds hold on for the win.
The big left field at PNC Park saved him. Man.
Chapman gets the save after all. That close.
About another 3 feet.
There's a Great American Ballpark. That's way gone. Not here at PNC Park. Todd Frazier's home run off Jason Grilli is the game winner.
It was a nail biter tonight.
Bob, you head down and
see you later, Greg.
So I'll see you tomorrow, but stay with us. Rob King and Bob Walk gonna take you through the rest of the way. Let's send it out to Rob.
Greg, thanks very much. Looking forward to Bob's arrival down here in section 103. The Pirates losing now, dropping the record to 1-3 against the Cincinnati Reds on the season. 0-1 on this very brief 3-game homestand. Of course, all 3 games coming up against the Cincinnati Reds. The bullpen been a little leaky over the last several games, and it cost him here tonight. Relative term, of course, the Pirates bullpen has been very good all season long, but they give up 3 runs tonight. The big 3rd run coming on the Todd Frazier home run in the top of the 9th inning, 16th home run of the year. Facing Jason Grilli, gets one up and away and is able to drive it off the batter's eye in center field, an estimated 440 feet. A big blow from Frazier, the 16th of the year, gives the Reds a 6-5 victory. Clint Barmes came up just a couple feet short of giving the Buccos a walk-off victory, but they lose tonight in the first game of this 3-game set. Final score was 6-5. Coming up next on Pirates postgame presented by the Allegheny Health Network. We will have highlights from this game and analysis from Bob Walk. Postgame reaction, highlights from around the league. We'll check in with the Bucs minor league system as well. And Bob will look forward to game 2 of this 3-game set. All coming up next on Pirates postgame presented by the Allegheny Health Network.